A pleasant good morning to viewers to this live streaming here. Coming to you from the Park Hill playing field. Stanley Hines is sitting here looking at the outfield that is fairly wet. Overnight showers has left the field fairly soft. The umpires have already made one inspection and they said they will be returning to the field at 10:30 a.m. Good morning to all our viewers, local, regional and international. Should have had a 9:30 start this morning promptly if things were okay, but it is not. Heavy overnight showers have left the outfield fairly wet. The umpires are here, the teams are here, everybody is here, and it's really and truly a question of the next inspection from umpires Mukan and Banwari, both from Guyana. And it is a question of coming back to you after they finish the next inspection at 10:30. But I rather suspect they'll have a couple inspections this morning before lunch because it's fairly wet having walked around on the playing field. I think it's fairly wet. But recapping what transpired yesterday, Windwards play started at 1 p.m. as a result of, again, overnight rain and early morning shower. That never allowed play to start until 1 p.m. The Windward Islands won the toss and they went in to bat. They had 70 overs to be bowled during the day. The Windward Islands scorecard: Gibson caught lane off Roberts 8, Jeremiah caught Bolden off Roberts a duck, Joseph caught Dory bowl Roberts a duck, Edward caught Brong off lane for 4, Pascal batted brilliantly, was bowled by Lane with a peach of a delivery for 52. Then Leo was bowled by Seeley for 21. Joseph LBW Seeley 1. Gassi not out 10. Andrew bowled O'Neill a duck. Bascom bowled O'Neill a duck. And Murray was LBW O'Neill 43. In that 52 from Pascal, he batted for 65 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Really a gem of an inning and still some lovely shots he played during the afternoon session. Murray with his 43, 132 balls, batted for a long time, 4 fours. Together with Leo, who got 21, 50 balls, 2 fours. They really held the innings together for the Windward Islands. The fall of wickets: 1 for 24, 2 for 24, 3 for 36, 4 for 64, 5 for 69, 6 for 115, 7 for 125, 8 for 152, 9 for 152, and all out for 152. They batted 61 overs to be exact. And bowling for Barbados, Prescott 6 overs, no maidens, none for 12, 6-0, 12-0. Lane, pick of the bowlers. He really bowled well. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 38 runs, 2 wickets. Roberts, 8 overs, no maidens, 42 runs, 3 wickets. Seeley, 18 overs, 9 maidens, 2 wickets for 12 runs. Roach, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 24. And O'Neill, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 21. The Barbados had to face a matter of 7 overs ended up in the dark last evening, basically into the night. And at close of play, they were 11 without loss, all going to Perryman 1614. And Brong not out now. Perryman not out 11. 11 without loss, Barbados replying to the Windward Islands 152. So with overcast conditions, wet outfield, we'll await on the next inspection at 10:30 a.m. So until then, Stanley Hines signing off until 10:35. A pleasant good morning once again. Stanley Hines here at the Park Hill playing field in the game between Barbados and the Windward Islands. From our first update, conditions has improved but not sufficient enough for play to start. The umpires have just finished another inspection, and the news is that they will inspect again at 11:30 a.m. Inspect again at 11:30 a.m. and there will be an early lunch, something similar to yesterday morning. There will be an early lunch, and then we will take it from there. So the news from Park Hill: no play. They will inspect again at 11:30. Lunch will be early, 11:30 to 12:10, and then we'll take it from there. The situation overnight: Barbados responding to the Windward Islands 152, 11 without loss, 11 without loss in that game. And that situation at Annesville and Cumberland remains the same type of rain and delayed start. Trinidad and Tobago overnight 129 for 5 versus the Leewards, and Guyana around 286 for 6 against Jamaica at Annesville. So that's the situation here until I'll be ready with you. Cumberland game is playing. Yeah, the same score, yeah. The Cumberland game has started, and so the other two, Annesville and Park Hill here, have not started as yet. So Windwards 152, Barbados 11 out loss. And until I was looking to give you a time in somewhere about 12:15 on my next update as to what the position is here. Stanley Hines closing off for the time being. Welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. We are looking for a start here as umpires Mokan and Banwari are out in the middle. The ground staff, the numerous ground staff here has already moved. The numerous ground staff has moved away. They have done a tremendous job this morning mopping up operations. Quite a bit of water on the western side, that settled on the western side of the square. They have actually done a tremendous amount of work. A lot of sawdust has gone into it. The outfield, they allow it to dry as best as humanly possible. And in their opinion, play is about to start for 1 o'clock. They are out in the middle. The Windward Islands team, they are going out also as well into the middle, to be followed by the Barbadian opening batsman. So welcome all. Good afternoon to viewers here, local, regional and extra regional, as the Barbados opening batsmen Perryman and Brong, they are making their way out into the middle as the Barbados team will resume their innings 11 without loss, responding to the Windward Islands 152 made yesterday. It's very overcast here at the Park Hill playing field, and we are really keeping our fingers crossed that the rain would not come through. Certainly, it doesn't look that well in terms of how long we're going to play, another story, because certainly to right in front of us, to the east of us, some dark clouds are banking. You understand there's been a tremendous amount of rain at Annisvale and Cumberland, and we are not too sure if it's drifting this way or not, but certainly we are in some problems here up in this side. So we are lost. We have lost similar time as yesterday. The play started at 1 o'clock yesterday, tea at 3:20, and we'll go up until the overs are bowled. So, good afternoon to you, Asnet. Overcast condition here at Park Hill.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Gunny, and our listeners from around the world. As you mentioned before, it's an overcast afternoon here at Park Hill. We're not able to get any play before this time, and it's not looking too good in the east there, Gunny, in terms of where the rain normally comes from. But we are keeping our fingers crossed that perhaps the wind can pick up and perhaps blow that rain away somewhere down to the south of the island.
Well, we are really hoping from a cricketing standpoint, from a humanistic standpoint, that we'll definitely have play and no interruption. But some realities we have to face out there is definitely dark. There's no two ways about it. And with no play at Annisvale for a long time, Cumberland having this problem with the same weather, certainly we're happy to start, and the over to be completed by
Joseph
from yesterday or last night, if you want to call it that. And first delivery, short of a length, and on the back foot went Perryman and pushes it out to cover, and there's no run. Joseph from the southern end to bowl to Perryman. Outside the leg stump, looking to sweep, connects on his pad, no addition to the total, 11 without loss. 11 without loss. Barbados responding to the Windward Islands. 152 made yesterday. As Joseph will continue to bowl to Perryman. Outside the leg stump again. Missed at the end of the completed over from last night. And the total remains 11 without loss. And we'll see what sort of tactics the Windwards captain will employ now that the light is good and the fast bowlers can operate.
Yes, very positive start as well as from Perryman. We all know that he's an attacking player, and for the 3 deliveries that we saw in that over, he was playing an attacking stroke. So it will be interesting to see the approach of the Barbadian team, considering that we have lost so much time.
Yeah, with the time that has been lost for the game, I think they will try to make it up by being aggressive, and Perryman is a natural aggressive batsman from what we saw at Annisvale last week, and the little bit we saw yesterday afternoon. Certainly, in spite of the fading light yesterday, he was very positive. So we're going to see the first fast ball. Is it Bascom from the northern end? Is that
yes.
Solomon Bascom?
Yes, it is.
So Solomon Bascom from the northern end, and he'll be bowling to Brown. Let's see what's happening here. There's two slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid off, whitish mid on, mid wicket. Bascom right arm fast medium from the northern end. Outside the off stump and through to the keeper, and there is no run. Well, we're hearing something we don't like, Osnet, in terms of cricket. We call it thunder.
Thunder, yes.
And to the east, there's no two ways about it. It's darkening more and more. As
I honestly think it's just a matter of time before.
I think it's time. Down. As Bascom, right arm fast medium from the northern end in. Brown goes back and force it square on the offside. Man there run around from backward point. There's no run. 11 without loss. Welcome to all viewers here at the Park Hill playing field. As Bascom will continue from the northern end. Two slips, gully, backward points, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. Bascom into Brown. Brown clips this one away off his leg. They're going to get a single to get things going. We'll see whether it's a leg by or did he get a touch. No, he did get a touch, so he's finally off the mark with 1. 11 to Perryman, 12 without loss. Barbados going the first run for day 2 this afternoon here. Game having started at 1 p.m. So the left-handed Perryman, the aggressive Perryman, has come in to strike. Overcast conditions, rain seem to be threatening, but I saw a forecast on the phone. Certainly there is a wave or something of the sort coming across the southern Windward Islands. So it's a question of when we are going to get this rain. My understanding, Annesville had a tremendous amount of rain, so too Cumberland. But the reality is, as Osnet tend to say, we have to face it. Bascom in. Perryman, that's a good one. Perryman looking to play, just pulled away at the last moment and through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Certainly, play continues. Barbados 12 without loss. I believe what is happening here is that they're trying to get a feel of the situation before we can see some really attacking shots from Perryman if he isn't dismissed. 12 without loss. Excellent condition for seam bowling. Bascom from the northern end in overcast conditions here at the Park Hill playing field in outside the off stump, 6 inches up more outside the off stump. Perryman picks it up, allow it to go through, and there is absolutely no run. But a tremendous amount of sport being played all over the world. Football, tennis, cricket. There's cricket in Zimbabwe, there's cricket in Barbados. I'm not too sure if they are going to be affected, because it appears if they are going to be affected this afternoon for that third ODI between West Indies and New Zealand, and the thunder is rolling a bit harder and harder. We're just keeping our fingers crossed here that it skips the Park Hill playing field. Bascom in over the wicket, again outside the off stump, same line, picked up by Perryman, allowed to go through, and there is no run. So without any shadow of a doubt, it's the end of the over. 12 without loss, Barbados. Just 1 run for the proceedings thus far.
Yes, a steady over there by Bascom. Good line, good length. Perhaps he could just try and bowl a little straighter, especially to Perryman. He was able to leave quite a few of those deliveries in that over outside the off stump, not really threatening his stump as such. I think from Bascom perspective, using the new ball, he would want to make the batsman play as much as possible.
Excellent conditions for him to utilize as well last night.
Yes, definitely. A slight breeze blowing across the ground, a little bit overcast. So good bowling conditions.
So there's a change in bowling based on the fact that Joseph finished the over that he started last night, and the reports from the guy who got struck from that final over, they said he is coming along quite nice. Got struck in the back of his head, from what I heard, from a pull shot from Perryman late last night. So the new bowler is
that's Gassi.
Gassi. Yeah, slight break there, so apologies. As Gassi, right arm fast medium bowler. Gassi from the southern end, and we are waiting the umpire to position themselves. And Gassi, fairly long run there, something similar to Lane's, similar. Gassi races in the bowl. Clipped away quite nicely by Brown, out to mid on. He took his eye off the ball, and they got one. And there could be some danger here. Again, ball watching was Perryman. Certainly, there was 2 easy runs there on a misfield from the man at mid on, and he was so far past the wicket itself that he had to shout to his partner, no, because his partner Perryman certainly realized it was 2 because he misfielded the ball and he had already reached his crease. These are little things that sometimes counts. 13 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of poor running there. As you mentioned, that was an easy 2. The fielder there at mid-on would have misfielded the ball. The ball would have actually gone close to the boundary. And Brown, he was pretty keen on coming back for the second, but Perryman, doing a little bit of ball watching, as you would say, refused that second run.
As Gassi, the tall individual, I think that name reminds me from Dominica. I think that name is probably that Dominican. But be that as it may, he's picking up the attack from the southern end. Overcast conditions. It's getting worse as he look to the east, down in that corner as Gassi from the southern end. Beautiful conditions for seam bowling. Outside the off stump, he allow it to go by and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. But certainly, there are some bowlers who utilize these conditions. Forget about pace and try use the seam and the condition to swing it around in these conditions. But I'm not too sure if these bowlers have that ability. I'm really not too sure. Gassi. Osnet. Gassi to bowl to Perryman, the left-hander, from the southern end. Overcast condition here at Park Hill. This one on the leg stump, he look at to clip it away. Struck his pad, we'll wait in the umpires. Yes, it's a leg by. Struck his pad, and they go through for a leg by. 14 without loss. Perryman remains on 11 still. I think he's on 11 still. Yes, and Brown is on 2. So it's a watchful period, I would say, since we have started now going into just under 12 minutes.
It's a real tricky period for the batsmen. I'm going in. Looking to the left, you're seeing that the rain itself is blocking up. It's looking more and more likely that it will come. So for the batsmen, it's difficult for them to really ascertain how long play would be.
Gassi, right arm fast medium. And this one on the hips there of Brown and lifted on him. Seemed to have got the batting gloves jammed to the top of the bat there. Struck him there, and he's wringing his hands a bit. He's just taking off the glove. It certainly would have struck him somewhere across that glove here, and he's actually calling for assistance.
Yes, that was a lifting delivery there by Gassi. Good pace, good bounce, extracting a bit of a bounce with this new ball. Brown there trying to ride that delivery, but in the end it just got a bit big on him and appeared to have hit him on the thumb, something of that nature. So he's now getting some assistance there from the team physio. Perhaps a bit of spray.
Yes, that one lifted on him and it rushed on to him, I should say, a little quicker too. That's why he got struck on his right hand, and he's there with the physio trying to sort things out. 14 without loss. As you quite rightly said, Osnet, it's a tricky period because the rain is definitely threatening. There's no two ways about it. You're not too sure what to do. How long it will come, we don't know. If it comes, let us face it, if it comes. But the whole place is definitely darkening up, and to the east there's some rain out there. We're not too sure what's going to happen. We ourselves are not too sure what's going to happen. So we just have to see it as we see it based on the decisions taken by umpires. As Perryman will now take Gussie, and Gussie with that small victory, I should say, having struck him on the right glove area. Let's see how we would fare up now to Perryman, the left-hander. Right-hand, left-hand combination. So he has to keep changing his line. Gussie from the southern end. This one on target. On the middle and leg. Defended there by Perryman. And there is no run. 14 without loss. Barbados responding to 152 made by the Windwards. And we'll get an indication if the rain doesn't fall as to the approach by the Barbadian opening batsman as to whether or not, in the form of a Perryman who seems to love to play shots, what he would do. But Gussie has all ideas for the Windwards. In. Outside the off stump, and he hit that one square down to the third man boundary for 4. And he raced off the outfield despite the bitter rain he had overnight and this morning. Short of a length outside the off stump, opened the face and slashes it down to third man for 4. He goes up to 15. It's 18 without loss. Barbados responding to Windward Islands 152.
Yes, Gussie there just giving Perryman a little bit of width outside the off stump, and from what we've seen so far, he's prepared to play the attacking strokes. So that was a good cut shot there. The man at point didn't even move. It fled past him very quickly, and another boundary to Perryman. So he moves on to 15, and the score at the end of that over is 19 without loss.
19 without loss. Barbados in overcast conditions at Park Hill. The important thing is that we are having cricket. That's the important thing, despite the conditions as they are. But as I said to you, I'm not too sure if you saw the weather picture. It's really some serious rain that will be hitting the Windward Islands, maybe Barbados, St. Lucia. And we're just hoping that will just bypass us and do not stop play. The wind, as you see, a nice little wind has come up. And it's a good sign with the wind to sort of assist in blowing it away.
I think it's the emergence of that wind, Gunny, that is really delaying the rain so far.
Bascom from the northern end. This one driven nicely outside the off stump. Seemed to have hit the tail of the bat there for Brown. He goes up to 3 and the total 20. 20 without loss, Barbados. And maybe you're quite right. That bit of wind that has popped up has certainly delayed the rain. But we hope that it will continue and just blow over us and not drop the quantity of rain we see there down on the eastern side. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. We're trying to be extremely positive and hope that things work out. As Bascom, right arm fast medium in. Outside the leg stump and pulled away beautifully by Perryman. We know he's a very aggressive shot. Pulled away short and is banged into the wall area for 6. A fine shot there by Perryman. He goes up to 21.
Magnificent shot there by Perryman. I think we saw some wonderful pull shots as well earlier from Pascal, but that one is right up there with those as well. Solomon perhaps doesn't have the pace to be bowling that particular length, especially to Perryman, who is looking for anything short as well as anything full. So he has to be very careful about the line and the lengths that he actually bowls to Perryman.
Yeah, it'd be you'd be advised to keep the ball just on a wrong start off stump on a fullish length rather than throw it short here, because Perryman is a very aggressive batsman. We saw him in the last game where he played some really, really good shots. There was an example yesterday when the short deliveries come and Pascal was actually doing this exactly the same thing Perryman is doing, waiting on it on his back foot and carted it for a maximum, but certainly a magnificent shot indeed.
Yes, Gunny, I think we spoke earlier as well in terms of the how the Barbadian batsmen will go about this innings. A minimum of 63 overs in the day's play. We like to think that, given what we have seen so far from the Barbados team in the last game, as well as currently, they normally score freely. They're a free scoring team. So if we assume that they score at least at 3 runs per over, just minimum, it means that they will be in the lead at the end of the day, providing that we get a full afternoon of cricket.
So correct. Bascom to the aggressive Perryman in. Outside the off stump. That's the line. That's the line. Much better line, much better length. A bit outside the off stump, and he judged it nicely and allowed it to go through to the keeper. And there is no run. The wind continues, and we keep saying and praying and be positive that the wind will continue to blow through this rain and move away from Park here. But certainly, I don't believe we're going to escape. As Bascom in. Clipped away nicely again by Solomon, by Perryman. 1. They're coming back for 2. That one is just around middle stump, and he clipped it away beautifully past mid wicket and to the left of long mid on, and he collects 2 more. He goes up to 17, I think it is. He's up to 22. He's up to 22. 23. He's up to 23, and the total up to 28 without loss. And I think as there's a light drizzle, but the wind has stepped up again. Bascom in outside the off stump. Good line, but he needs to be keeping those deliveries just where he delivered the last one.
Yeah, the consistency. Yes.
Consistency is his problem, because in this OVS bowl too, that in that iffy area, but once he threw it short, he's going with it, and it's too full. He clipped it away. 28 loss, and the wind has really stepped up. And you keep saying us that this wind will help us tremendously in keeping the wind away. Outside the leg stump, short lifting, asked to be put away again. Fortunately for him, Perryman missed and taken by the keeper. 28 without loss. A fairly inconsistent over there from Bascom.
Yes, and over of 2 halves really. We have seen a short delivery which was demolished over square leg for 6. We've seen some deliveries on and about the off stump moving away, which Perryman was quite willing to just allow to go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So a bit of a mixed bag there from Solomon. He needs to just continue, as we mentioned before, in terms of that line, just on about the off stump, moving away on a good length.
And force him to play through the offside rather than give him these short deliveries, and give him enough time on the back foot to play whatever shot he chooses. 28 without loss. The right-hander, Brong, he'll be facing Gassi from the southern end, and that bit of rain, I believe, that bit of wind seemed to have moved the rain that we saw down there away from us.
Temporarily as well, but
let us hope that the wind will continue. And there was a big puff of a wind a while ago. Maybe that helped too. There was a start of a drizzle, but apparently it's dissipated. Gassi in to Brong. Brong looking to clip this one on the leg side. Ball wide outside the leg stump. Missed, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. 28 without loss. And we can see the Barbados flag there fluttering in the breeze.
I think sometimes we can also gauge the state of the weather by the way the groundsmen are operating. You see quite a few of them perhaps as a precaution close to some of the covers, not really all. So they're not really look to be pressuring the umpire to really call on the covers as such. We'll come back to that.
Gassi in, and he hits this one in the air. He could be caught. He is out. Short of a length outside the off stump, and Brong looking to pull through the onside, scooped it up into the offside, where the man from Gully ran around and took a very, very simple catch. The breakthrough has come. Brong has gone, caught off the bowling of Gassi, and Barbados have lost their first wicket, 28 for 1.
Yes, Gunny, I think in the last over, if you could recall in the last over, Gassi was able to get a delivery to jump on him and hit him on his right thumb. I think it was good captaincy from the Windward Island team as well to bring in a man at short leg. And Gassi again testing the middle of the wicket, and he was able to get the ball to just rush on to the batsman there. I don't know if it's a little bit of moisture on the wicket this afternoon, but he's been able to get the ball to go through at a reasonably good pace and bounce. And Brong there trying to hit that horizontal bat shot was just not really over it, and he was able to just spoon it to the man at Gully. Just had to run around a little bit, and he took a comfortable catch in the end. To the new batsman is Joshua Dawn.
Yeah, Joshua Dawn has arrived at the crease, and that was a poor attempt at trying to play that shot. Is outside the off, some lifting, and he was in no position. Very, very poor shot selection there on the part of Brong. And the winner say thank you very much into the air, and a good catch taken by Edward, Terry Edward. He got 428 for 1. Barbados losing their first wicket. The new man in is Dawn. But a little bit of a drizzle, but the sun looking to peep through. As Gassi in. Again, on good line. This is what Bascom needs to do. Hold that line, hold your own, so to speak, rather than these short deliveries and too full. Good line, good length, first up, good delivery to Don, forcing him to play and to defend.
I think Gassi, they are benefiting from having the opportunity to bowl at one play in terms of Brown. Last over, as we would say, you would have softened him up a bit. And I think that perhaps that was playing on Brown's mind when he saw that short delivery again.
Yes, there's a field change. Skipper Pascal has moved the man from mid-wicket into a second slip.
First slip.
So there's 2 slips at gully. Go down as Gassi into Dawn. This one, he clips it away. Badly line delivery for in terms of keeping the pressure on him. And he gets off the mark with a comfortable single. Can't fault him too much. Maybe he's trying a bit too hard. And Dawn got away with that one. He got 129. Look a fly over there. 29 for the loss of 1. 29 for the loss of 1. As a bit of a drizzle, but nothing heavy, more like a faintish type drizzle. 29 for the loss of 1. It brings in the aggressive Perryman, who is on 22, to face Gassi. A very interesting battle here between Gassi and Perryman, who is very aggressive. Let's see how this battle will turn out. Gassi in. Short, and he pulls that one. It well stopped by the man on mid-wicket. Back of a length, and he went on the back foot and slammed it to the man at straightish mid-wicket. He stopped well, and the Barbados advanced. Their cause has not been advanced with that shot. To the field, he stopped well. Good fielding as far as Windwards is concerned to limit, or as a matter of fact, they were unable to attempt a run. 29 for the loss of 1. Anything short, Perryman is really looking to hammer it. As Gassi, there's been the mid-on has been moved around to his left. He's more wideish mid-on, moving from a straightish position. Gassi really bowling fairly stiff, a briskish kind of medium, and he's going round the wicket now. The breeze, thank God for the breeze to keep the rain away. As Gassi round the wicket to Perryman. Perryman, this one taking the outer portion of the bat, is going close to the boundary. They have 1. Certainly there were 2. Perryman, I'm not too sure what happened. Perryman said no, but certainly there were 2 runs on there. It's 30 for the loss of 1 at the end of that over.
I think Perryman, we have seen his strength in terms of his brute hitting, but his running between the wickets gone leaves a lot to be desired. On a couple of occasions now, we have seen the opportunity presented itself for getting more than 1 run, and he basically refused a second on that occasion. But in terms of the lengths, I think the last delivery that Gassi would have bowled is the length we want to be to Perryman. We have seen that
consistently on that length.
The short delivery doesn't seem to be doing him any sort of damage as such. In fact, he looks to be looking forward to the short deliveries.
Because he's positioned on the back foot to cart it some way over square leg, mid-wicket, someplace. So they should be reading the game, and as you quite rightly said, keep it up on that good line just on outside the off stump. But consistency is the word. As Bascom now will continue from the northern end. The wind steps up again. In. That's the line, just on outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there is no run. And we have to keep letting our listeners know that wherever you are here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are having play. We understood there's a bit of rain, fairly heavy rain down in the Annisville area, rain at Cumberland. We'll try to get an update from those 2 grounds, but certainly we are playing and well underway, and we'll be extremely fortunate not to have any rain here. Bascom in. Good delivery right on that line. That good length we keep speaking about, just around off stump, forcing him to defend, and there is no run. But if I look straight over to eastern side, I think there's a break in the clouds there. I think I'm right in saying it. There's a break in the clouds. Maybe I think the wind is assisting us in trying to just shift the rain away from us here on the northeastern side of the country. As here at Park Hill, Bascom, right arm fast medium in. This one, he forces it out through the offside and well fielded there. It's well fielded there, and there is no run. 3 deliveries now, the consistency we're speaking about, forcing him to play through the offside, and no run has resulted. And it's for him now to realize what is going on and do not attempt to try something, as they tend to tell you, I'm going to try something. But when they do try something, basically you're easing the pressure that you have created. Bascom into Perryman. Again, this one outside the offside man, really and truly a much better line and length here from Bascom. Driving, peeling off the outside edge. Stopped by the man there. Is it at Gully? And yes, there is no run. 30 for the loss of 1. Barbados having lost Brong. He was caught. Edward off Gassi for 4. Wicket fell at 28, but the pressure really been kept up here by Bascom so far in this over. From a Windwards standpoint, I'll be hoping that you can continue to keep that line. Bascom into Perryman. And Perryman clips this one away, having lost his line down to square leg 1. And again, another easy 2. He turns it down. Wow. I think the coaches need to speak to the young man. Certainly there are 2 easy runs again. And the fielder, they had already grounded, and the fielder wasn't on the ball, and he said no. But that's his style. And he goes up by 1 to 24, I think it is. Am I right? 25, and it's 31. 31 for the loss of 1. Barbados responding to the Windward Islands 152. But certainly there is a break in the clouds. The wind has certainly assisted tremendously, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that it will continue like that for the rest of the afternoon. Bascom from this northern end in. Forward. On top of it is Don. The end of a pretty good over there by Bascom. Keeping the line, keeping the length. Just one straight a little bit. But be that as it may, a good over from the winner's standpoint.
Yes, a much improved effort there from Bascom. I think what was important in that over was the line and the length that he chose to bowl, especially against Perryman. We have seen that perhaps he's not as competent through the offside as he is on the leg side. So it's important that you do not feed him to his strengths. And in that over, Bascom was able to find the right line and the right length, and hopefully for his sake and for Windward Island's sake, he'll be able to continue in that vein.
Yes, consistency is the key in West Indies cricket. Whether it is in batting, whether it is in bowling, fielding, consistency is absent. That's why we as West Indians tend to view our team losing quite a number of matches because of that lack of consistency. Not that they're not as talented as the other test playing countries, but that is our major problem. Gassi. Perryman again. They seem to have found the line for him and the length just on outside the off stump, forcing him to defend. And defend he did well for Barbados.
Yes, even in the last over, Gunny, after bowling a couple of good deliveries against him and Bascom, he was able to induce a foul shot. Perryman was looking to hit one of those deliveries, perhaps in the vicinity of that breadfruit tree over there. But he got a big inside edge down to fine leg. So I think from Gassi's perspective, he needs to just continue along that line and play on the patience of Perryman.
Yes, it's a matter of looking and learn. That's where it is, because once you found the batsman weakness, you try to exploit it. Outside the off stump, taking the edge, good line, taking the edge. 1, they're coming back for a second. And they get it, but certainly a foul shot there by Perryman, pushing at that one, taking the outer edge and flew between second slip and gully. 2 runs to him, he goes up to 27, but a good delivery there from Gassi.
Yes, once again in that corridor of uncertainty, especially for Perryman. And we mentioned before, he's seemingly not as fluent through the offside as he is perhaps on the leg side. So from Gassi's perspective, he just has to persevere with that particular line and see how it goes from there.
The batsmen are meeting from mid-wicket conference. That is between Don and Perryman, and they are strengthening the slip cordon. So now they will have what? How many slips? Is that 2 slips to gully? Or 3 slips and a gully? 3 slips and a gully go down. But he has to keep the line. Gussie into Perryman. This one right on that line. Good line, just on outside the off stump and forcing him to defend. Basically, it appears if they have found out that his weakness is in that area and they're really concentrating in bowling in that area consistently from the previous over from Bascom and continuing here from Gussie from the southern end. As Gussie back to his mark at the southern end. But certainly, welcome news is that the cloud has dissipated. The wind may have broken up those dark clouds. Gussie in. And my goodness, he went back to back of a length and mistimed it. Looking to pull it through the onside. Fielded well by the man. Good free place in there to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So certainly, I think I will say with some degree of certainty, at least for the next 2 hours, we seem to be safe.
Yes, at this point in time, we've seen an improvement in the weather. So long may it last.
With the sun being out a little bit as well too. So I at least, maybe I can say maybe up until tea. Let's see how it goes.
Fingers crossed, Gonny.
Yes, of course. Gussie in. Outside the off stump and pushed out to cover point. No run. The line is really good from both Bascom and Gussie, and they're making Perryman work for his runs.
Yeah. In terms of the line, the length, we've seen so far that the deliveries that are perhaps wayside, Perryman are prepared to punish. I think if perhaps the fast bowlers are thinking of testing him with a short delivery, they should perhaps get it a bit higher and see how that one goes. But so far, those deliveries wayside, he's been able to punish them severely.
Gussie in, Mike outside the off stump, and what I would call that an agricultural swipe. Outside the off stump, recognizing that scoring has become very tough. He had I would call it a big hee-ho, a big swipe. Misses through to the keeper. A naughty shot there by Perryman.
Yes, that one perhaps not bouncing as well as he was expecting. And as we mentioned before, he doesn't seem to be the type of batsman that likes to be bogged down to any degree. So the length in that over was pretty good from Gussie. And Perryman in the end, just seeing that one a little bit short, was trying to hit it perhaps over the pavilion over here. But it just kept a little bit low. And it went through on the bounce to the wicket keeper. So that inconsistent bounce which we spoke about yesterday as well, just creeping in. With the new ball, we saw Gussie being able to get a few to bounce, but on that particular occasion, we're seeing it just not bouncing as much as the batsman expected. Solomon from the northern end continues to dawn. Very organized player. We mentioned that in the last game. I think Dawn also has to be mindful of the running between the wickets with Perryman. I know in the last game when he and Brown started that wonderful partnership to take it home for Barbados against Trinidad, there was some very good running between the wickets. We saw some threes, some twos as well. I don't think he's going to get that with Perryman, so he has to make that adjustment in his mind as to the type of running that they're going to do in this particular partnership. Bascom perhaps just finding his line after an iffy first over. Delivery just back of a length and down there in his unique style, just pushing it out to cover, and there's no run. So we have two slips, a gully, a man at backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a man at mid-wicket. As we see Bascom again, comes in outside the off stump. Good delivery, just moving away a bit from the right-hander. Dawn, just watching that one go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. As I mentioned, the wind has certainly picked up. Bascom will be actually bowling with the wind to his back. So that should give him that little extra stride, a little bit of extra pace. Gussie, on the other hand, he'll be running into the wind, as they would say. As Bascom again comes in, bowls. His delivery down is just punching it out to cover. Maybe at some point you might see Gussie from the other end. He appears to be the quicker of the two. So he might be more suited with the wind to his back. That's just something for the captain to think about maybe later on in the day in terms of a second spell. As we see a change in the field, one of the slips have been removed. We now have a man back at deep square leg, man at mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover backward point, gully. As Bascom, this one is pushed out to the man at mid-on. Very soft dismissal there by Don. I'm not sure if it was a change of pace by Bascom or if that one just held in the wicket. You mentioned the two-pace nature of the wicket. Don there was perhaps into his shot a bit earlier than he really should. And it was a good catch there at mid-on. So Barbados lose their second wicket. Joshua Don, he has been dismissed for 1. Bascom gets his first, and the score is 33 for the loss of 2.
A very good wicket for the Windwards there, recognizing he's one of the pillars of the Barbados batting. And Don pushed that one, maybe as you quite rightly said, I believe it's a slow delivery, and he pushed too quickly, using a lot of bottom hand, and it turned out to be a very simple catch at mid-on for the person who took that catch. Whom? Some Tyson or the other. Who is that?
Yes, Devin Tyson.
Devin Tyson. Where the Tyson bat? I have no Tyson here. Maybe he's the substitute for. Yeah. Substitute for Jeremiah, who got injured last night. Yeah, so I think now we have to identify it because we are all struggling as to who this player is. But a good wicket for the Windwards. Barbados set back with that second wicket taken by the Windwards. And all kudos to Bascom for, I think we're on the same wavelength, a slow delivery, pushed too quickly with a lot of bottom hand. Ended up at the substitute fieldsman Tyson mid-on. He's on his way. Barbados 33 for 2, and Windwards beginning to make inroads into their batting.
I think it's reward for some consistent bowling from Bascom in the last couple of overs. We mentioned in the first over, perhaps he didn't get it right or bowled in the areas that he was actually looking to. But we have seen so far that in the last couple of overs, he has been able to find that line, that length, and he received just reward in that last delivery. As if he bowling to bowling, his delivery is outside the off stump. Bascom perhaps with his tail up now after getting that wicket. Bolden, the new player, the captain as well. Just letting that one go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. It's the end of a successful over there for Bascom. And at the end of it, Barbados responding to Windward Islands 152. They're 33 for the loss of 2.
Yes, a successful maiden wicket over there from Bascom. And he's really, over the last 2 or so overs, has picked up a beautiful line, beautiful length. And he has been richly rewarded with that wicket of one of the century makers of the tournament, Don. And he went for 1. So the Windward Islands at this stage gradually making inroads into the Barbados batting, responding to their below par score of 152.
Yes, definitely. And that's something that they will need to do, chip away at the wickets. Because if they don't, I think the Barbados, given their positive approach throughout the tournament so far, they'll be able to score quickly and perhaps put pressure on the Windward Islands in their second innings by amassing a lead in a relatively short period of time.
Provided everything goes well as it is at the moment with the weather. There's the key to it, this whole thing is the weather. But as we said, it has improved, and we're hoping it'll stay so at least up until tea time and see what happens thereafter. But the wind has certainly, assisted tremendously in moving at those showers of rain that were threatening here.
As Gassi again from the southern end, they bowling to the aggressive Perryman. This has been a good contest so far. Gassi bowls. Perryman is forward, pushing that one back up to the bowler. A very good length there from Gassi. I think the two Windward Island bowlers after an initial, perhaps not getting it in the right areas, the initial overs. What we have seen so far in the last couple of overs, they've been able to bowl a very good length and a good line, especially to Perryman, who is looking to break free, as they would say. Just a matter of being patient, Gassi. As he comes in again, bowls to Perryman. This delivery is just on and about the middle and leg stump, and Perryman just works it nicely down to long leg. Gets a single. Score moves on to 34 for the loss of 2. His personal tally goes up to 28. That delivery just perhaps a little bit heading down the leg side. And it was easy there for Perryman to just walk him down to fine leg. Captain Boland now facing up to Gassi for the first time. Bolen is another busy player, based on what we've seen in the last game. Busy player, likes to play the sweep shot against the spinners as well. So it will be interesting to see how he goes as Gassi comes in, bowls and is forward and plays it back up the pitch. Bowler fields and there's no run. I think what we can conclude from most of these Barbadian top order batsmen is that they're busy players. They like to score freely. So from a Windward Island perspective, they have to be patient and not give away any loose deliveries and just play on the patience of these Bajan batsmen. This delivery is a short of a length, heading down the leg side, perhaps not raising as much as the batsman was looking to. Bowling, they are looking to play the pull shot. A wicket keeper there takes it cleanly and there's no run. Score remains on 34 for the loss of 2. Remember yesterday Windward Islands winning the toss, batting first. They were bundled out for 152. As Gassi once again, full delivery, a big appeal. I think a bit of an inside edge from our vantage, our view. A delivery that was full. Bowler there perhaps trying to walk it through the leg side. A Pearson taking the inside edge. And it's the end of another over from Gassi. That was a good one.
I think it's a pretty good over there by Gassi, and that last delivery, I think he played too quickly. And so the ball connected onto the inside edge, onto the pad. There's a vociferous appeal, but certainly from where we are here, we'll concur there was some inside edge onto it, and umpire negated that appeal. But certainly both bowlers will have the two left-handers to bowl at, and they're in a prime position to keep a particular line because there are two left-handers. One is more aggressive than the other, so it's a question of keeping their heads and keep that foolish length to Perryman, and a much better line and length for Bolden. But certainly it's a good battle here between these youngsters.
Yes, it will be Solomon again, who has bowled a very good spell so far. He'll be bowling to Perryman. This delivery is on and about the off stump again, moving away. Good encouragement. The spirits of the Windward Island fielders seem to be high, especially after getting those 2 wickets. A lot of chattering. I think it's something similar to what we heard from the Barbadians as well when they were fielding. It's important to just continue to encourage your bowlers. They've been doing well so far. Perryman facing up to Bascom. His delivery is full. He's driving it. Bascom perhaps getting a boot to it. And it trickles out to the man at mid-off. So perhaps saving a couple of runs there. It was a full toss. Perryman came forward and stroked it nicely. Bascom in his follow-through, just sticking out a boot. Managed to just divert it to the man at mid-off. And there's no run. As we see Bascom perhaps inquiring about the ball. Maybe it's not in the best condition or the condition that he's most comfortable with. Umpire there just doing a little bit of inspection and just returns it to Bascom. We saw a change of ball in the
yes,
first
that's
innings.
umpire Banwari. He looked at it, but the equipment they use in international cricket with that circle, they do not seem to have it.
So another delivery outside the off stump, moving away. Perryman just pushing at it, plays it out to the man at gully. There's no run. Just get the feeling that Perryman is just looking for something loose.
And he's not getting any. That is a very, very good thing about the two Windward Islands fast bowlers. They are keeping it thereabout. He's not been given anything whatsoever. In other words, he has been shackled by some excellent line bowling here from both fast bowlers.
Bascom it is once again, runs in from the northern end. A short delivery, he's pulling this one down to fine leg. And the The fielder there, Gassi, comes around to his right, gets the return in, and gets a single. Not a short delivery there, Gunny, and what we've seen so far from Perman, he's comfortable with that length.
Yeah,
the wicket is not that quick, and I don't think Bascom has the pace to really trouble him at that length.
Yes, the first short delivery seen for a little while, and he was very comfortable with it by pulling it down to a long leg, widest long leg for a single.
It's Bolden facing up to Bascom. He's forward again. Plays it out to the man at mid-off, and there's no run. So Bascom there perhaps trying something different, which really there was no need to. We've seen that Perryman is very good against the short ball. Maybe he's working with the theory that perhaps your strength can also be your weakness. But in that case, Perryman was able to make good contact with that shortish delivery. As Bascom runs in again, bows to Bolden, and he's trying to hit this one over the leg side. It was a delivery on the line of the leg stump. And Bolden there attempting a flick over the leg side, missed it completely. So at the end of the 15th over, Barbados responding to Windward Islands 152. They are 35 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and scoring has been dried up, so to speak, because of this excellent line bowling by both Gassi and Bascom, and has made life very difficult in terms of scoring for the Barbados team. And all they need to do is to continue to keep that line and length, but maybe the same tactics employed by the Barbadian team. Rather than going through it 6 overs, they could probably bowl 4 thereabout and ease back so they can have another spell. But we will see exactly how they are thinking, because with 6 overs, Bascom will not be able to continue until way after tea. Same thing applies to Gassi, so they have gone out about 4 each.
Bascom has 5. This is Gassi's 6. Gassi would have bowled over yesterday, so I think this is his 5th for the for today. His 5th over today, yeah. He would have bowled 1 yesterday in the fading light. Yes, Bascom has 5. As Gassi continues from the southern end, he'll be bowling to the dangerous looking Perman once again. As it comes in, bowls. His delivery is walking nicely through mid-wicket. Well run there by Perman. Now there have been some question marks about his running in this innings, but in that particular situation, it was a well-taken single. Just pushed it to the right of the man there in the mid-wicket region, which was Leo.
The thing about it, Asnet, it was well to his right. That's why he ran. Had he been going straight to him, he'll never have moved, because from what we are seeing from him demonstrated thus far, he isn't too keen on running ones or twos.
As Gassi is into his 6th over, comes in from the southern end, bows to Bolden, and he's driving at a big inside edge. Perhaps that delivery just coming back into the left-hander with the angle. Bolden trying to drive it through the offside, takes a big inside edge, as takes the inside edge and goes down to the man there at fine leg, with a long leg, Bascom. Another single added to the total. It's now 37 for the loss of 2. Bolden, he's off the mark. And Perryman, he has been there for a while, he's on 30. As Gassi again bowls, and a good looking shot through the offside, should be able to get to the boundary. Yes, it is a glorious cover drive there, Gunny, and earlier we were speaking about his perhaps reluctance to play through the offside, but that was a lovely cover drive.
Yes, honestly, and the ball was there, and he pitched it up too close to him. He freed his arms, and really he exhibited a fine off drive to the boundary. And certainly I rather suspect we'll have a bowling change, because both bowlers have started to look to try something away from the norm where they've been keeping good line and length. And let's see how Gassi would respond to that really lovely off drive there from Perryman. Maybe we see a couple short deliveries.
think that delivery was just a little bit too full. It offered Perryman the opportunity to free his arms, as you mentioned before. The length there was perhaps what was missing. As we see a change in field, we're now seeing a man going back out at deep mid-wicket. I think there's also a man at deep square leg.
So basically they're setting him up for a 2K trick.
Possibly.
Looking for this short delivery. I'll pitch it up and let's see what he will do. I believe they're setting him up. I believe Pascal, that's what he's attempting to do. But let's see how Gassi responds to it.
As Gassi runs in again. The southern end bowls. Foolish delivery. And Perryman perhaps looking forward to something like that. Just plays it out to mid-wicket. He gets a single. I think yesterday we saw a similar thing in terms of the tactics that were used against Pascal. Lane setting a deep field on the leg side and testing the ability of the Windward Island opener, who played the pull shot very well. So perhaps Windward Island's looking for something similar here against Perryman. As Gassi again bowling to the captain this time. His deliveries once again coming in. Seem to be getting these deliveries to just angle in from around the wicket, causing a little bit of discomfort there for Bolden. At the end of that over, it's Barbados responding to 152 made by Windward Islands. They are 42 for the loss of 2 wickets.
42 for the loss of 2 as a mixed bag there from Gassi to the both batsmen, and will Bascom continue into his final over before he takes a rest, his 6th over. He has so far 5 overs, 1 means 1 for 12, and Gassi 6 overs, 1 means 1 for 17, I think it is. 18, 1 for 18. So the battle continues. Bascom, this is his final before he can actually take a break. It's 6th over, but certainly he has bowled a pretty good line since that first over when he was feeling for the length and line, but certainly thereafter he settled nicely and has kept the line more often than not.
Yes, he'll be bowling to Perryman again. A shortish delivery there, and perhaps losing his footing. Just he slipped in his delivery. Fell to the ground, but doesn't seem to have been damaged in any way. Thankfully for Windward Islands. A shortish delivery outside the off stump. Perryman once again looking to pull. His eyes normally lights up whenever he sees these short deliveries. I think something that the Barbadian team have done is good tactical awareness in terms of the use of lane. We'll come back to that after this delivery as Bascom comes in, bowls to Perryman. His delivery is driving straight. A good looking shot. Should be able to get 2. Yes. Rather reluctantly in the end, but Perryman comes through for a second. A foolish delivery, and Perryman just came forward and drove it nicely down to a long off region, and he gets 2. Yes, I was speaking about Lee. What we've seen so far is that Barbados are willing to use him in different spells. So what we've seen, some 4 overs and 3 over spells, which basically helps them to bring him back for a second spell. What we're seeing here now from Windward Islands is that Bascom is bowling his full quota of 6 overs, which according to the playing conditions is the maximum that he can actually bowl. In one spell, and then he has to take an hour rest. But I like the point you make because to me it's a good thinking for 4 overs off, so you have, a second spell, maybe a third spell from the Barbadian fast bowlers, and certainly I prefer that type of tactics rather than this one of 6 overs because it gives you options when they come to looking to pull back your main strike bowlers back into the attack. Yes, as Bascom comes in again, just missing his run up there for the second time in the over. It certainly tells me that this Barbadians Captain Bolden was really thinking good tactical move on his part, because we saw it
since the previous game where they have bowled 3 or 4 and after came and then return. But with this situation, Bascom will be finished. Bascom will be finished and my man will be finished. As a matter of fact, he's finished. Agassi.
Not a shortish delivery there, perhaps not bouncing as much as he was looking forward to. Perman, that one again showing the inconsistencies in the wicket in terms of the pace and bounce that it is offering. One just going over the top of the off stump there.
I do believe with some of these balls that are dying on the wicketkeeper is a case whereby Bascom is bowling slow deliveries. So by the time they are through, the ball isn't there for the pull shot or the defense and creating a problem for the batsman and the wicketkeeper as well, who's probably not quite reading what he's doing.
Good point. As Bascom again prepares to run in from the northern end, bowls, and this delivery prayer man is solid in defense. I think what we have seen from Perryman also is that he's positive both in defense and attack. Even those deliveries that he is defending tend to make a very good song off the bat.
He's really been tested by the fast bowlers with most deliveries being bowled in his weak areas, so to speak. But he has survived, and he has survived with some level of confidence because the ball tends to be hitting the bat, middle of the bat most of the time. Not getting as many runs, but surviving for Barbados.
Another delivery just driven up to the man at mid-off. Ends another over. At the end of it, Barbados, they are 44 for the loss of 2.
44 for 2 as Barbados continue to get closer to the Windwards total. Gassi 6 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 18. Bascom 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. I think Gassi can bowl another spell because it will be 5 in this spell from yesterday where he bowled 1. So I think he would definitely be allowed to bowl 1 more over and then he will be finished. But the thing about it is you spoke about tactics. You will have to make a bowling change on both sides of the both ends because Bascom is finished and you will have to find bowlers to bowl now from the northern end when this over is finished from the southern end. So sometimes our leaders need to think a little more, be a little more tactical.
Yes, I think also Gassi appears to have a little bit more pace than Bascom. So I personally would have given Gassi a shorter spell and having be an impact bowler for you throughout the innings. As this delivery is just brushing the pad. Once again, I think Gassi's ability to get the ball to just come back into the left-hander bowling is causing him some problems here. So far what we have seen is that Bowden is willing to hit the ball through the leg side, but the angle that Gassi is bowling from is just causing the ball to come in and making him a bit uncomfortable so far.
Yeah, the angle from round the wicket is creating the problem rather than over the wicket. Certainly, I believe you'll have clipped that one away nicely, but the angle is creating a little bit of a misjudgment there on the part of Bowden.
As Gassi once again just misses his run up. Yes, as I was mentioning, I think based on what we've seen from Barbados, they normally use Lane, their strike bowler, as an impact type of bowler. Just having him bowl spells of 3 overs and 4 overs. So he's able to basically give his all in those spells, which is why we've seen him doing well even in a second or a third spell.
That's why he has such an impact on the opposition.
It's Gassi. This delivery once again is full, coming in. And Boland just managed to dig this one out down to fine leg for another single. Total moves on to 45 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, bowling around the wicket is not an easy thing, right? And with 2 left-handers in Osnet, if he is to keep that ball just on outside the off stump, he'll create more problems rather than pitching those deliveries on middle and leg. And you know, the coaches need to have their notepads to take notes as to exactly what should be done in the future.
As Gassi again comes up, bowls, and Perryman is walking this one nicely. Good quick single there by Perryman. Something that we have not seen a lot of this innings. But from the time he hit it out to the man at mid-wicket, he was off. The captain responded very well, and in the end it was a relatively comfortable single.
Very surprising for him to be running that quick single.
So it's to be interesting to see the bowling options of Windwards after this initial spell, as Gassi comes in, bowls his delivery. He's a long way forward there, bowled then, played it uppishly. So I think Gassi just causing a little bit of problems here for Bolden. Has not looked very comfortable so far in this particular innings, Bolden. Gassi has troubled him to some extent. I think it's a good change in feeling in terms of having the man at short leg as well. Good captaincy. As Gassi again comes up, bowls. It's a full toss this time, and he's pushing it one quickly to the man there at mid-on. Just slipped there at the opportune moment. It's a little bit of wetness, looseness in the outfield there, causing the fielder to slip. Perhaps a clean pickup would have created an opportunity.
Yes, but he slipped. You must recognize that the outfield itself is not bone dry. But be that as it may, it's one of these things. But had he picked up, he would have had a shot at the stumps, and who knows what may have happened.
As Gassi runs in, very nice smooth action. Comes up, bowls. His delivery Perryman is forward again, and that ball just flying off his bat, as you would say, out to the man at cover. And there's no run. I think it's time for a drink. And Barbados, in response to Trinidad, to Windward Islands 152, they are now 47 for the loss of 2. Perryman, he's on 38 from 67. Bolden, he just came to the crease, he's on 3 from 12.
Yeah, I think this session, this hours played thus far, is even Stevens, whereby they have gotten 26 runs in the hour, and they've lost 2 wickets. So it's, to me, it's even Stevens, and that's 36, right? 36 in the hour. But certainly, credit must go to the Windward Island fast bowlers, Gassi and Bascom. They bowled very well in the main. 1 or 2 slipped away and so on, too short or too full. But in the main, they have bowled very, very well indeed, and have kept the pressure on the Barbados team, bearing in mind they scored only 152. So they are defending a small total, and I thought they had an excellent spell, both of them, whereby one had a 6-1, 14-1, that's Bascom, and Gassi 7-1, 20 for 1, I think it is.
21, yes. 7-1, 1 for 21.
Yeah, 7-1, 21. So I thought both of them did well. The Barbados batting, they lost Brong. Caught Edward off. Gassi looking to play. To me, for that particular delivery, poor selection as far as I'm concerned. Should have allowed that one to go over his shoulder. He tried to hit it out of the ground, and he just spawned an easy catch to Edward. And then Don was deceived by Bascom with a slightly slow delivery, pushed too early, and ended up as a dolly catch to Tyson, the substitute, and he went for 1. This wickets fell at 28-33, 14 runs for this partnership so far. So another crucial hour and a couple of minutes before tea, but certainly even Stevens.
Yes, it's been a good contest between bat and ball. We've seen a very good opening spell by both of these Windward Islands fast bowlers. We've also seen Perryman, he's still there, played and missed at a couple, but he has been very positive in the main, and his coach and his captain will be looking forward to a long innings from him, because we all know that if he bats for any extended period of time, the scoring rate would be a healthy one, and Barbados can actually move forward in the game.
Well, with the bowling changes expected from both the northern and southern end, it'll be interesting to see how Perryman and Bolden set about the task of facing them and see if they can increase the run rate. It's not bad, but see if they can increase it as the water break is concluded, and the score out of Cumberland, Bascom, K2, the score out of Cumberland, Trinidad and Tobago 171 for 6. 171 for 6 at Cumberland. There has been no play at Annisville because of rain.
171 for 6, Trinidad. Relatively improved batting effort there from Trinidad.
Definitely. But so the two ends of the country are having cricket, and in the centre, so to speak, at Annesville, the deep south. As you said earlier, you were expecting the rain to go south, and it has definitely gone south.
I think the new bowler is Tariq Edwards. He would have bowled a couple of overs yesterday, or should I say last night.
Wow.
First delivery there, just a shortish delivery outside the off stump. Bowling there, just watching that man go by. A bit of bounce there for Edward. As he comes in again, bowls. His delivery short again, and bowling is going back and cutting it. Gassi just coming around and getting it back to his keeper.
Quickly, Asnet, we understand as we spoke a while ago, rain began to fall at Cumberland. The total remained 171 for 6 Trinidad, been stopped by the rain. Continue.
So Edward, he's a relatively tall man. Gets a bit of bounce. Bowled a couple of overs yesterday. And he'll be looking to at least break this partnership for his captain, bowling against 2 left-handers. This delivery is getting a little bit of turn. Perryman there just squared up a little bit. As Edward once again comes up, bowls to Perryman. His delivery short of a length, he's going back and just playing it with soft hands. Quite a bit of chatter from the Windward Island fielders. It's encouraging the bowler. So we see a slip, a gully. A man at backward point as this delivery is driven up to the man at mid-off. No run. A full toss. Perryman there perhaps a little bit disappointed that he was not able to score a little bit more of that delivery. That's Edward again, and this one is hit back to the bowler. So just a while ago we were speaking about a little bit of turn that he would have had with his second delivery to Perryman, which squared him up quite a bit. This time Perryman looking to walk against the spin, taking a leading edge, and Edward, he gets his first and gets the breakthrough for Windward Islands. Perryman, he has to go. He went for 38. Barbados, they are now 48 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Another big blow done there by Edward for the Windward Islands. Certainly I was about to make the point at the end of the over in my comments that he seemed to be getting some purchase from the track because he troubled both batsmen. They got singles towards the backward point area and driving a bit too early, maybe the turn undone him back to the bowler who led a very, very comfortable catch. Another breakthrough for the Windward Islands. Game continued to be hung in the balance. 48 for 3 Barbados, looking at 152 made by the Windward Islands. But certainly a good wicket there by Edward.
Yes, Perryman was looking dangerous all innings. And it was good that the Windward Islands were able to remove him, especially at this time. As we mentioned before, he has the ability to perhaps take the game forward. And the new batsman is Roach. Another left-hander, I believe. So the off-spinner would be very happy with that in terms of having both players at the crease being left-handers, getting the ball to turn away from both of them. As we see another change of bowling from the southern end. Just trying to see who the new bowler is.
Who the bowler is up there? Kelshan Andrew.
Yes, so Kelshan Andrew is the new bowler. Appears to be medium fast. So he'll be replacing Gassi, who bowled a very good spell earlier, as we mentioned before. Bowled 6 overs today. And due to the playing restrictions, he's not able to continue at this time. So he's replaced by Andrew. He's also coming around the wicket to bowl then. So this delivery is a bit of pace there, getting it through. Good action. Bowling there being watchful. So good start there by Andrew. So with Perryman gone, the Windward Islands team will be looking now to just continue to chip away at the wickets. Small steps. not allowing the Barbadian team to get away or move too far ahead in terms of their scoring and their scoring rate. This delivery is driven nicely by Bolden. Should be able to come up for a second. Yes, I believe so. Return comes in, was a bit closer than you would have expected there. Roach there perhaps doing a bit of ball watching. A direct hit there perhaps would have been interesting. The two looked, for large parts of that moment, looked to be very comfortable. But Roach in the end, all's well that ends well, as they would say. So 2 more to the total. Bolden, who moves on to 6. It's now 50 for the loss of 3. So 50 coming up for Barbados in the 20th over. So it has not been quick by any means. As Andrew again outside the off stump. Bolden just watching that one go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. I think Andrew would perhaps need to do something similar to what Gassi was doing in his spell, especially to Bolden in terms of getting the ball to just coming back with the angle. That would have caused quite a bit of problems for Bolden. So far we have seen him trying to bowl perhaps a little bit wide outside the off stump. Just need to get closer to that off stump and get the ball angling into the left-hander and see how it goes. As Andrew again comes in, bowls. This delivery, shortish delivery, and Bolden they're trying to cut this one. Misses it completely.
I thought that one was too close to him for that shot. Unfortunately for him, he missed. Because he easily could have nicked it to the wicketkeeper.
Yes, so as I was mentioning before, 50 coming up in the 20th over. It's not been a fast scoring rate by the Barbadian team. They have not been able to score as freely as perhaps they've done on other occasions in this tournament. So kudos to Windward Islands for that. This delivery, that's the type of line we were speaking about. Another inside portion of the bat there from Bolden. Just that delivery just coming in with the arm, causing a little bit of problems for Bolden so far. The score is now 51 for the loss of 3 wickets. As Roach comes in to strike, he'll be facing up to Andrew for the first time. So he has 1 slip. A man at backward point. A man at cover, squarish cover. A man just behind square on the leg side, a long leg. Man at mid wicket, short leg, mid on, mid off. As Andrew comes in. That's a good delivery outside the off stump. A good leave there by Roach. That one perhaps just moving away a touch outside the off stump. A good start there by Andrew. Just 3 runs coming from that over. And at the end of it, Barbados, they are 51 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, 51 for the loss of 3 Barbados. As they are being made to fight and struggle here against the Windward Islands bowling attack. And they have been kept in check with some very good line bowling initially from Bascom and Gassi. And Tariq Edwards has just come into the bowling attack. So too Andrew. And there's a question now if they can continue to maintain the pressure. As we see Edwards now, he'll be bowling to Bolden. So Edwards into bowl to Bolden. He's the off spinner from the northern end. They'll get around to the field placing in a wind. Edwards into bowl to Bolden. Driving in the air. He could be out. And the catch taken. Driving outside the off stump. Taking the outer portion of the bat up into the air. And a very good catch taken. Running around to his right at mid off. And Barbados have lost their 4th wicket. Bolden gone. Caught off the bowling of Edwards for 7. Is it 7? I think it is. And Barbados now 51 for the loss of 4. And the wickets are falling by your own words in clusters.
Yes, I'm not sure Bolden will be happy with that particular shot. Being the captain, it's not the type of shot you'll want to see him getting out to. A delivery there, that's a relatively full delivery with the mid on and mid off up. He was hoping that he could have just pushed it over the 2 fielders there on the edge of the circle, but unfortunately for him, he managed not to make the type of contact that he was looking for, and a comfortable catch there in the end And another wicket down for Barbados. Windward Islands getting back into this game.
Certainly, and good work being done by the substitute Tyson. He's taking a second catch. So it's 51 for the loss of 4. Barbados in running into all sorts of problems. They're running into the Windward Islands bowling attack. That has been really that has kept a very good line from after the first 2 overs this morning. They have kept this afternoon. They have kept a very, very good line and creating all sorts of problems for the Barbados batsmen. And their approach to the slow bowler Edwards is not the very best. But we saw them taking the attack to the Trinidad and Tobago spinners, and they got the better of the spinners from TNT. But here Edwards is creating problem, and he's been very supportive of the opening spell by Bascom and Gassi. So the new man in is St. Hill, I think it is. St. Hill. St. Hill going to face. Not yet. Roach is going to face. As Edwards into Roach for our defensive, and the Windward Islands fielders, close fielders are buoyant. They are clapping, the fielders are around the field. Slip, gully, backward points, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Edward in. Back he goes, and that one really spun across him. And certainly Edwards is getting some of these delivery to really pitch, turn, and bounce, and creating some problems here for the Barbados batsmen. But certainly that one really spun. It was in. This one a little fuller, forced it out to straightish mid-wicket, and there is no run. Certainly he has kept the pressure on. He has gotten 2 wickets, and Barbados is certainly on the back foot here at 51 for the loss of 4. Tariq Edwards, I think it is, outside the off stump. Too wide to attract a shot there from Roach, and the total remains 51 for the loss of 4. But certainly that they are really pressing hard towards looking for as many wickets as is humanly possible in. For our defensive, the end of a very, very good, successful maiden wicket over there from Edward.
Not a successful over from Edward. He has been impressive so far. Has gotten the ball to turn away from the left-handers. So his captain will be hoping for a long spell from him, especially from that northern end. Something similar to what we saw in the Barbados innings in terms of Seeley bowling a relatively long spell. So the Barbadian here looking to rebuild. They'll be hoping that they can forge some sort of partnership here moving forward.
Yes. Andrew will pick it up from the southern end. I understand the score in Barbados is New Zealand feeling West Indies 14 without loss after 4 overs.
So it's a change in what we've seen so far in terms of West Indies batting first this time.
Yes, I understand the West Indies are batting, right? 14 without loss. Right. Good, we got it right. So we're up to date with that. There's cricket in Zimbabwe, or India and Zimbabwe is supposed to be playing a game there. We haven't had an update. There's English football. We saw a very exciting game with Man City and Newcastle United. When we had to come to cricket, it was 3-all with just a couple of minutes to go. We'll have to find out exactly how that one ended. Andrew from the southern end to bowl to St. Hill. This one, my goodness, a good delivery there, right on target. And defended, and you saw him actually feeling for that delivery there, and it ended up out in the offside. And the Windward Island players, they are talking out there, and they are really making life really difficult for the Barbadian batting lineup. As Andrew from the northern end, conditions remain the same, overcast, but to our delight, to the east where the rain normally comes from, it's fairly okay in. And striking them on the pad outside the off stump. Certainly outside the off stump from our position here.
I think it's difficult for him to get that LBW as well. He's bowling around the wicket, right? Around the wicket, Gunny. So I think most of those deliveries will be pitching outside the line of the leg stump. What perhaps he needs to do is come over the wicket and give himself a better option in terms of getting those LBW decisions.
Yeah, I think the angle negated that LBW play. Once it pitches off stump, the more than likely the umpire rule is going to miss off. So as you're saying quite rightly, if he come over the wicket and the same type of delivery, question will be asked of the umpire. Andrew into St. Hill. Starting striking on a pad again. Again, this one I believe pitched outside the leg stump this time. Striking him on the pad, and there is none. Two successive appeals where he breached the defense of St. Hill twice, one outside off, one outside leg. And certainly St. Hill cannot be too comfortable with what is going on.
As I mentioned, I think it's going to be difficult. It's going to be extremely difficult unless it's a relatively full delivery, Yorker length delivery, coming from around the wicket as a right-arm fast bowler. You're not going to get an LBW decision that easily, especially at this level, with the level of umpiring that we should have at this level. I think he has made the change now in terms of coming over the wicket.
Well, I believe he has the technologies. Listen to what you said. Andrew, right arm fast medium in. This one beaten with a beautiful delivery there. He pushed at it, missed, and it missed the bat by a quarter varnish. A beautiful delivery there from Andrew, and he's really keeping the pressure created by Bascom and Gassi, and keeping the pressure on the Barbados batting lineup.
Yes, he seemed to be a very skiddy bowler, and I think this is a better option for him in terms of bowling right arm over the wicket. He opens a lot more dismissal for himself.
Andrew creating problems at St. Hill. He hasn't touched any. The ball has just been beating the bat. This one on the leg and clips it away quite nicely, and he's hustling for one. They're going to come for a second, and he gets it off the mark, and he's happy to be off the mark and to gain some level of confidence, bearing in mind the type of over he had to face thus far from Andrew. He's off the mark with 2. It's 53 for the loss of 4. 53 for the loss of 4. They are 99 runs behind the Windwards on first innings, who got 152 yesterday, 152 yesterday. 2 wickets up for Edward, 1 to Gassi and 1 to Bascom, 38 by Perryman, 4 to Brown, 1 to Don, and 7 to Bolden, the batsman out. Andrew, right arm fast medium from the southern end in. This one, my goodness. Another good delivery there, that one that hit the lower portion of the bat, and he's looking back to see if it had rolled onto his stumps. Fortunately it didn't, and he survived.
A very good over there from Andrew, and perhaps quite unfortunate in terms of those 2 early deliveries which he delivered from around the wicket, which would have really eliminated his chances of getting that LBW decision. But he changed his angle, and he came over the wicket, and he also looked very threatening from that line. So it will be a very interesting next half an hour or so in terms of the competition between bat and ball.
Yeah, once he can keep that line, because there's a slight delay here whereby St. Hill is changing his footwear, because just a while ago when he was looking for a second round, he almost slipped. So the footwear is being changed, and as I said, it depends on the line that Andrew would bowl, but certainly really bowling a good line. And there's a question, can he maintain it for the next half an hour, as you quite rightly said, because we can easily see where Edward will bowl for a fairly long spell, the problems he's creating for the Barbados batsman. So it's a question whereby he needs support from the southern end, and he has it so far in the person of Andrew.
I think he also has a relatively good pace based on what we're seeing. He's actually getting the ball to go through to the wicket keeper, which is not a fall off from what we saw from Gassi as the opening bowler. So it's a good first change bowler to have in the form of Andrew.
Edward in outside the off stump to Roach, allow it to go by, and the wicketkeeper taking that one fairly, it bounced, took it fairly high, and the batsman is looking circumspectly at where that ball delivered, maybe a rough mark or something, and but certainly it's spun across him. Edward in, back he goes, a quicker delivery, taking this one low across the ankle by the wicketkeeper. So one was up here, the other one was down. That bit of inconsistency, bunk. All the bowler has to do is to keep the line, and whatever happens, happens. In, outside the off stump, looking to sweep that one away. It bounced. It has gone over the keeper's head, and I believe it will be a bye. We'll wait on the umpire's signal. It is one that I believe it hit the bowler's foot mark, and it bounced high over everyone's head and close to the boundary. They got a bye, and certainly ominous signs there for what we've just seen in this over so far. 2 has bounced and 1 has kept a bit low.
Not the best shot there either from Roach Gunny, trying to play a big sweep across the line of that delivery. Considering the tone that we have seen from Tariq Edwards so far, I don't think that was a wise decision. I think also the Windward Island captain can perhaps bring in a couple of men closer to the bat as well, seeing the tone that Edward has been able to extract from this wicket.
So he will continue from the southern end, that's Edward. And he'll be bowling to the right-handed Centil. Let's see how Centil will attempt to handle this slow bowling, this off-spin bowling here. As field is set, slip, leg slip, silly mid on. Edward to Centil. Forward defensive, that one striking maybe his pad or something of the sort. It flew between the silly mid on and leg slip. And there's no run, but certainly tense moments here for Centil. Not had the best of over from the other end from Andrew, and he's been tested by Edward. Back he goes, and no run, but certainly Edward is creating some serious problems for the Barbados batsmen. The ball is bouncing, it's turning. Every now and then one stays down as any bowls. This one is driving or pushing it out on the offside. The end of a very, very good over again from Edwards. 54 for the loss of 4. Yeah, 54 for 4 Barbados. 98 runs behind the Windward Islands first innings of 152. Weather has cleared up quite nicely, and I said maybe up until tea we are going to have good weather. Maybe.
Another testing over there from Edward. He has been very impressive so far. And that just goes to show that as a bowling unit, you need to bowl as a team. There it was, we saw a very good opening spell from both fast bowlers. And then the 2 bowlers now currently in operation, they've been able to follow up on that very good spell, which is something that you want to see as a bowling unit.
So, Andrew will continue now and he'll be bowling to Roach. Roach has been there for a little while. How many? He is on...
He's yet to get off the mark.
Roach is yet to get off the mark, but he has been there for a little while. He's yet to get off the mark, and he'll be facing this type of testing bowling from Andrew. Let's see how he would advance the Barbados scores against this type of bowling from the Windwards bowling attack. Andrew into Roach. Roach forward defensive this time. This one hit in the middle of the bat. Maybe he'll feel much better because from the other opposite end, the ball was fizzing past him. He didn't touch any. And I'm certain he's comfortable with that one hitting the middle of the bat. And the total remains 54 for the loss of 4. 54 for 4. Barbados trying to get to 152, and that 152 seems like a mountain at this point in time. As Andrew to bowl to, and he misses his run. Seemed like a mountain. 152, we're saying 150 is just about par. The 152 looks like a mountain based on the effort being made by the Windward Island fast bowlers, Bascom, Gassi, and now Andrew, and the spin of Edward. As Andrew in to bowl to Roach. Roach forward again. Very good line, good length. Right on top of it, defends, and there is no run. Once they come to seam bowling with the Barbadian batsmen, they seem fairly comfortable. Once the spin come on, it looks rather iffy. But that's the nature of the game. As Andrew with a slip, a gully, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, straightest mid-wicket, in, driven nicely to mid-off, and he's off the mark finally with 1 5s, 55 for the loss of 4. Certainly a pleasant off drive there by Roach.
Yes, we saw a bit of him in the last game as well. Very organized player, very attacking player as well. I think most of the Barbadian batsmen are attacking players. They are free scoring batsmen. So I think what Windward Islands have done well is restricting their scoring opportunities, which has caused a bit of uneasiness among the Barbadian players.
And at the same time taking wickets.
Definitely.
There's some problems here with the ball again as umpire Mokan. He has signaled to the pavilion here, asking the third umpire to strut out and bring some of those used balls to see which one would fit the bill. So the total remains 55 for the loss of 4, and the pendulum certainly swinging, not totally, but swinging slowly to the Windward Islands due to this very tight bowling attack, restricting scoring for Barbados, and at the same time picking up 4 wickets.
I don't think the Windward Islands would be wanting this ball to be changed, to be honest. It's a ball that they've taken 4 wickets so far with. The fast bowlers have had some assistance from the wicket, and the spinners as well. The spinner, in the form of Edward, he has been able to get the ball to turn. So, from a Windward Islands perspective, I don't think they will want a change of ball this time.
This thing is working, but they are looking at the balls, they're going to change it. So we are getting an update from the West Indies New Zealand third ODI at Kensington Oval in Barbados. 16 without loss from how many overs? 16 without loss from 6.3 overs. Wow, they're very tight. Thank you. 16 without loss, 6.3 overs. Tight bowling by rain delay, but we expect it based on what is happening across the islands with the rain that is falling. Maybe you sent that rain to Barbados that was threatening our way, wasn't it? Congratulations.
Yes, definitely happy to have some play today. I know a lot of people looking forward to this particular contest.
Well,
the Islands basically being the home team.
The ball has been changed, and it is in the hand of Andrew now, the replacement ball. And he will be bowling to Centil. One off the face of the bat is ran down to on the onside. Just one. He's up to 3. 56 for the loss. 56 for the loss of 4. Barbados trying to get up to the 152 made by the Windward Islands. So play continues unabated. No threat of rain. Yes, it is overcast a bit, not as previously at around 1 o'clock. It's a little bit overcast, but no threat of rain, and we continue here. And based on what we're hearing at Andersville, there's been no play in that other CWI Rising Stars under 19 cricket match. Also at Cumberland, Trinidad, 171 for 6 when rain stopped play. So, Andrew running halfway during his run-up and turned back, misses his run, and he motors back to his bowling mark. As Andrew in to bowl to Roach. Roach forward defense to the left-hander pushes out to mid-off. And then there is no run. 56 for the loss of 4. 56 for the loss of 4. As the slip go down, slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg, square leg, and a long leg. As Andrew really been holding things very tight for the Windward Islands. In he runs from the southern end over the wicket. And my man looking to clip this one. That's we'll wait in the umpire signal.
It's a drop catch there, Gunny. Was a delivery just taking the inside edge. The wicket keeper had it for a second, but just couldn't hold on there.
Yeah, it is that we saw Roach looking to flick. Just this obstacle in front of me, I didn't quite see the wicketkeeper, but certainly made a valiant attempt. It went in and out, so a chance there to Roach. Barbados survived 56, 57 for the loss of 4, as the Windward Islands in the form of Andrew really keeping the pressure on the Barbados. But there's no letter pace, just relentless tight bowling by the Windward Islands bowling attack. It doesn't matter who. 56 for 4. It doesn't matter who is in the attack. Andrew, Edward, Bascom.
It was a difficult chance there in the last over, but those are the type of chances that perhaps would win you matches.
Edward to bowl to St. Hill. Back he goes. That one spun out from outside the half stump. Bounced, taken by the keeper, and there's no run. Slip backward, point, leg slip, silly mid, on, cover, mid on, mid wicket, mid off. Edward in, and here's when this one here pushed at this one, seemed to have bounced. Whether or not he got a tickle onto it, I'm not too sure whether it's a bye or not. Umpire signals dead ball. Bit surprised. I thought he played at it. The umpire says dead ball. What do you make of that, Osner?
Not quite sure. The batsman appeared to me to have made a genuine attempt to play the ball. Then again, the umpire is in the best position out there. So I guess he views it differently.
56 for 4. We are seeing some pretty strange decisions by these umpires. Pretty strange decisions. Because from where I am, and you're echoing the same sentiments, it seems as if he had played a genuine shot at it. Cannon into a spot. It should have been a leg by. He said no, it's a dead ball. We just have to say it as we see it. Flight to delivery and St. Hill on top of it, and there is no addition to the total. 56 for 4. And Edwards being spoken to by the man from leg slip. What could he be telling him, Osnet? Yeah, that's Pascal, the skipper. In for our defensive, outstretched front foot, no run, 56 for 4. And the scoring has been almost non-existent. It's been really tight. And how many overs gone? About 20 something. They're just going at probably just about 2. Just about 2 and over. Outside the off stump, and he played a loose looking shot, taken cleanly by the keeper. And there is no run. As Edward from the northern end in. This one down the leg side, looking to flick it, and he has been sent back by Roach, and the total remains 56 for the loss of 4. 56 for the loss of 4. Barbados really struggling here against the Windward Islands bowling attack at the Park Hill playing field. And a pitch that's offering some assistance, mostly to the spin bowler, in. And this one, he swept it nicely. Going to get one. That's a fine sweep shot there on middle leg, and from the middle of the bat all along the ground. The traditional a la Canai swept along the carpet. He's on to one more. That's St. Hill. He's up to, I think, it's 4. It's 57 for the loss of 4.
Well, St. Hill hasn't looked the most comfortable so far at the crease, but that's the most important thing for Barbados, is that he's still there. He'll be looking to build a partnership here with Roach. Edward, he continued to be impressive with his off spin. Tall bowler, getting a bit of bounce as well from this wicket.
As Andrew will continue from the top end, and he'll be bowling to St. Hill. St. Hill is on 4. St. Hill on 4, and Roach is on, I think it's 1 he's on, or 2. In. Clipped away nicely by St. Hill. Long to long leg. He goes for run that first run very quickly, and he another single. Roach is on 1, St. Hill is on 5. It's 58 for the loss of 4. Barbados really and truly struggling here against this very good line bowling from the Windward Islands bowlers. They have kept their line consistently in areas that has made life difficult for the Barbados batsmen, and the struggle continues as far as Barbados is concerned. They look the strongest team thus far. They are leading the points position, but they are struggling here against the Windward Islands. This one clipped away nicely down to long leg. That's Roach. He's up to 259 for the loss of 4. Badly line delivery there by Andrew, and clipped away quite nicely by Roach, and it's 59 for the loss of 4. Very slow going here at the Park Hill playing field. We've been blessed with good weather in spite of the conditions around the country. And from what we're hearing in the region, whereby a tropical wave is around the islands, the southern Windward Islands, Trinidad, the Barbados. Andrew from the southern end misses his run and he has to go back to start all over. Yeah, so I'm saying we are very, very fortunate and we're extremely thankful for being able to play cricket at Anna's Vale, the premier facility. From our understanding, there's been no play due to rain.
Andrew there perhaps a bug, just getting in contact with his eyes while he was making his way in.
So, as you quite rightly said, maybe a bug, a fly, or whatever it is gotten into his eyes, but he's gotten it out, and he's returning to his mark at the southern end. Overcast condition, not as bad as an hour and a half ago, but still overcast. No sun is out, but the condition, the light is good. That's the important thing. The light is good. Andrew rung the wicket in, and St. Hill defends a good lined delivery. And fielded by the man there at mid-on, and there's no run. 59 for the loss of 4, and umpire Mokan is looking at where he's landing his front leg, and he has not spoken to him, but he will continue. So Andrew has to be a little careful in terms of where he lands following in his follow through. 59 for the loss of 4, as Andrew right arm fast medium in. Again, he defends quite nicely, no run. And Mokan is looking at that area where he's landing. Said he has to be a bit careful, but you quite rightly said it's far wiser to bowl over the wicket, especially with the ball not really doing much. Because what is happening, what is likely to happen, the studs mark will create problems for when the Windwards has to bat again, because the studs will be going into the pitch itself. And Barbados have the spinners as well too. So they have to be very, very careful. Any rolls. Driven nicely to cover point, and there is no run. 59 for 4, but certainly that is not thunder. That is a heavy, of those other airlines flying over us. Very heavy sound of an engine. As this is general area that they tend to fly and head into Barbados. I think I'm right in saying that, or St. Lucia. We are in the north of the country. Andrew from the southern end in. Forward again, right on target. Another well lined over there by Andrew, and keeping the pressure on the Barbados batting lineup.
Yes, Andrew has looked well since he came to the bowling crease. Bowling 4 overs for 9 so far, so he has not really given much away. And he has also looked threatening from the offset. St. Hill looking a little bit more confident in that particular over, getting behind those deliveries. I personally would have liked to see Andrew though perhaps persist with the line over the wicket to the right-hander. As we mentioned before, in terms of getting an LBW decision, it will be easier for him to get it from over the wicket as opposed to around the wicket.
But I'm only thinking caps is a question for them to look at the situation, assess it, and make their decision. We can stay here and assume things or point to certain things. They're probably seeing it different than us. And if that is the way it is, that is the way it is. As Edward in, forward defensive, peeling off the outside edge of Roach's bat, and there is no run. 59 for 4 Barbados. They're really been made to struggle since we started at 1 o'clock. There's no ifs and there's no buts about it. They've really been made to struggle. As Edward in, forward defensive again, full face of the bat, no run. 59 for 4. Barbados here replying to the Windward Islands. 152 at the Park Hill playing field. 59 for the loss of 4. The off spinner, Larry Edwards, from the top end, the northern end in. But that one really spun across him, beat the bat and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. Yes, just been updated. His play has resumed at Cumberland, with all the rain around. Play has resumed as think she told me, I was told 199 for 7. Forward defensive, and there is no run. But Trinidad making a pretty good score based on their record to date in the competition. And they'll be fairly happy with that score against the Leeward Islands, who are in second position in the tournament. Edward in, forward defensive, striking the pad, and there's no run. 59 for the loss of 4, 59 for 4. And let me tell you, the guys at all at Cumberland, just be patient and allow the weather condition to go over, and you may very well be like us in a while, getting some play. Down the track he goes. Brave man to go down the track with those balls spinning and turning them around them. Use his feet. That's Roach back to the bowler who fired a return, but he was in his crease. 59 for 4, the end of that over.
Another tight over again from Edward. Just continuing to do what he has been doing all afternoon. So far he's spelled 8 overs, 2 for 3 runs. So he has basically given away nothing to the Barbadian batsmen, especially the left-handers. I think he looks to be more comfortable bowling against the left-handers. And the Barbadian team have quite a few left-handers in their ranks. So thankfully for Edward, that's the case. As we see Andrew, he'll be continuing from the southern end. Believe he's into his 4th over. 4th or 5th over. I will just get that confirmed for you in a while. He's in his 5th over. So going back to what we were saying earlier, just quickly before the over starts, in terms of the use of these fast bowlers. Here it is again, another bowler is bowling 5 over spell, perhaps onto a 6 over spell. What we saw from the Barbadian bowlers that they were utilized, the fast bowlers, they were utilizing short spells, so they were able to come back for a second spell and feel rather fresh, relatively fresh again. As Andrew again comes up, bowls, this delivery is playing it up back to the wicket, the bowler. So I think moving forward, that perhaps is something Windward Islands will want to look at and assess, and see, well, perhaps they can do something a little bit different. Because asking your fast bowlers to come back after a 6 over spell, even if it's an hour after, could be, at this age group, can be rather strenuous.
Rather than 4 and reserve some energy.
Yes, and that's what we have seen from the Barbadian teams throughout the tournament so far. I think they really have utilized their fast bowlers in a very effective manner. In fact, I think they're the only team we have really seen that type of rotation from so far. As somebody would say, beating the system as such, because you know you only have a maximum of 6 overs for your fast bowlers, but you're just bowling them in short spells and bringing them back for second and third spells throughout the day.
But it's good thinking and high marks to the Barbados captain.
And perhaps the management team has something to do with that as well. As Andrew bowls and he's driving this one St. Hill, looking a bit more confident in the last couple of overs. Originally, Andrew would have troubled him with that line, that straightish line. Struck him on the pad a couple of occasions, but as we mentioned before, those deliveries perhaps just pitching outside leg and should not be given out.
Yes.
It's 59 for the loss of 4 wickets. Barbados just responding to Windward Islands' first innings score of 152, which at the time we would have mentioned is not a great score, but it's something that they could have worked with. And they're definitely making the Barbadian batsmen work hard to try and overcome this total. A foolish delivery outside the off stump, perhaps tempting St. Hill here to go for a big drive. Resisting the temptation was St. Hill. Allows it to be taken by the
And suddenly the Barbados batting is making heavy weather of the situation against some very accurate seam bowling, spin bowling from the Windward Islands. When last have we seen a boundary? It's quite a while.
Yes, I think it's been a while. I think the last boundary was hit by Perryman, and he has been dismissed some moons ago, as we would say. As Andrew comes in again, bowls, and he's driving this one St. Hill. The man at cover there just coming around trying to feel that one, and the batsmen get to get to complete a single. St. Hill, he moves on by 1. He's on to 6. The score is 60 for 4.
Life has been really, really tough because to get that boundary seemed to be moons ago, and the runs has basically been dried up. They trickle here, trickle there for a one, but basically that's how it is here at the Park Hill playing field.
Another inside edge there. I think what we can conclude from Andrew, we are not at the directly behind the bowler, but he seemed to be getting the ball to come back into the left-hander with the angle and causing a bit of discomfort. We saw it against Bolden, and now we are seeing it as well against Roach.
Yeah, but in light of that fact, it is not the first time the bat pad has come into play once he's bowling. And as I say, it's about thinking. If he can come over the wicket and keep it in that general area, his chances of getting an LBW would be increased significantly.
So it's the end of another over. We have seen Edward once again. He has bowled a relatively long spell from that northern end. He has also been very economical and has been able to get 2 wickets as well. So just what his captain perhaps needed at that particular time. After that opening burst from Solomon and Gassi. Another delivery there, a little bit of bounce. He's a tall man, so you'll expect that he'll get some bounce. As Edward again comes in, bowls, and he's trying to sweep this one. Is there a glove? No, umpire not interested in that one. They were saying till again, going for the sweep shot. We saw him played a sweep shot all year. Not really the most elegant of sweepers based on what we've seen so far. And that one perhaps just hitting the pad as Edward is flighting this one. And St. Hill comes forward and strokes it out to the man at mid-off. There's no run.
I think it's a risky shot with the ball bouncing like that to try and play the sweep rather than get on the back foot and try and force it out on the onside through a mid-wicket area or mid-on area, trying to sweep, and it's floating with danger.
Yes, I think the key there is the bounce gunny that Edward is extracting from the surface, and there are quite a few fielders around the bat. As Roach, he comes in to strike. Faces up to Edwards. This is a flighted delivery. It's it out to Bascom there at mid-off. Can't prevent the single. Another single to the total. It's now 62 for 4. Roach is on 3. St. Hill is on 7.
Yes, as I was saying, once he can be looking to sweep those delivery, the most he can do is probably top edge it, and there's a square like out here, so he has to be very mindful of it.
Another testing delivery there. St. Hill was on the front foot there. That one perhaps not bouncing as much as he was expecting. So definitely Edwards, is causing some problems here for the Barbados middle order. This delivery again. He's trying to sweep again. Another appeal. And umpire says not out. So as you mentioned, he's living dangerously here, St. Hill. Playing those sweep shots, especially on this wicket where Edward is able to get that bit of bounce, extra bounce.
Yes, that bounce is creating a tremendous amount of problem for him, and he's looking to sweep. As I said, maybe look to go onto the back foot and then try to force it out through the onside and mid-wicket, mid-on area, but he's trying to sweep, and twice he played that shot and it went past him, maybe touched his glove, maybe touched his pad or some part of him, and he has survived thus far. So as I said, it's really scoring at a trickle here at the Park Hill playing field. It's a question of when next are we going to get a boundary, and the boundary seems foreign to the Barbados batting.
Yes, and we're going to see a change of bowling here. I believe the new bowler is Murray, Court Murray. He played well yesterday for his 43, I think.
Yes, he got 43.
Played well.
Displaying his all-round ability now as a bowler.
Right, so he would have spent quite a bit of time in the wicket, so he should know exactly what lengths he should be bowling. as this delivery is flighted a bit. And Roach there is coming a long way forward. Pushes it up to the man at mid cover. There's no run. Murray comes in again. So he's flighted and he's driving this one. Roach. Slow left arm spinner. Just trying to get himself into operation here. As he bows again, a flighted delivery once again, and he's driving this one nicely. Roach should get close to the boundary, and they will come back for a second. Another flighted delivery, and Roach just coming forward and punching it out to deep cover. They get 2. Score moves on now to 64 for the loss of 4.
That's the first real attacking shot we have seen for a while. First really attacking shot because things are so tight.
And I think we have mentioned on numerous occasions the free scoring nature of the Barbadian batsmen. So it really is a good display here by the Windward Island fielders. A wonderful shot. Should be able to get close to the boundary. It will run into the boundary this time. I think that the fielder there, Gassi, would have just dived over that particular delivery. Roach there using his feet. We've seen that on a couple of occasions. And just driving that one nicely, well timed. And a misfield there at mid-off, and he was able to get a boundary.
I was asking when last we saw a boundary, and we finally seen one after a very long time. And 2 positive shots thus far from Roach has eased the pressure slightly from the Barbados batting standpoint.
As Murray again comes up, bowls. His delivery is forward and just plays it defensively. And no ball, which is like a cardinal sin, as they would say, for a spinner. So 1 more is added to the total. It's 65 for the loss of 4. Barbados perhaps looking to push on a bit. But what we've seen so far is bowlers bowling well as a partnership. As Murray again bowls and he's driving this one nicely. So Murray doesn't really appear to be turning the ball that great deal in terms of the same sort of conviction that we have seen from Edward at the previous end. So batting seemed to be a little bit easier, at least so far in this particular over for the Barbadian batsmen. So it's the end of the over. It's 69 for the loss of 4.
Certainly, the easiest over as far as the batting is concerned from Murray. It's quite nice, as you quite rightly said, not appear to be getting any real big set of turn. And Roach decided that he is going to try to see with the new ball and do not allow him to settle. And he got a 2. Then a misfield from Gassi allowed him to get a boundary. And I'm certain he's feeling good for it, so that at least the scoring has moved on from the pedestrian pace that was going. But Edward will continue from the northern end and continue to try to keep the pressure on the St. Hill.
Yes, Edwards comes in, bowls a shortish delivery. This one I'm not sure if he got some baton to that one. Let's wait for the signal from the umpire. Yes, it's leg buys. So shortish delivery there. St. Hill was looking to walk that one on the leg side. Missing it completely, but it took the right thigh pad, the left thigh pad, sorry. Gets another single. 70 for the loss of 4. So
we have seen the clusters of wickets then. Things are quieting down a bit.
Yes, which is in line with what we've seen throughout the tournament so far. From a Barbados perspective, they'll be hoping for a partnership here. Windward Islands, they'll be hoping that they can continue to chip away at the wickets, the Barbadian wickets, and even harboring thoughts of a 4 innings lead.
Yes, of course. Why not?
As Edward, this one is short and he's punching this one nicely. Roach looks to be a very good time off the cricket ball. A tall man. Bowls brisk medium pace as well. We saw him in the 1st innings, and now we are seeing him at number 5, trying to just give the Barbadian total some sort of respectability. As St. Hill comes back into strike, Edward, once again, another flighty delivery. St. Hill is trying to drive this one. Setting it back to the bowler. There's no run. So Edward, he's into his 10th over. Actually has 2 for 6 so far. So scoring at less than 1 run per over against him. As St. Hill is playing a nice shot here. Just coming back and cutting it down to third man region. Both batsmen kind of uncertain about the second there. Gassi just cleaning up, and 1 more to the total. St. Hill, he moves on to 8. Total is 72 for 4. Barbados responding to Windward Islands forcing his total of 152. Roach is back into strike as Edwards comes up, bowls. His delivery is a bit flatter, a bit quicker. Roach is equal to the task. So it's a very long spell here from Edwards. He's into his 10th over on the trot as he bowls again. A flighty delivery this time and driven out to an extra cover region.
Andy.
Batsman have a chance to get another single. End of another over. The end of it, the total is 73 for 4.
Yes, and from that over from Murray, Roach freeing himself up a little bit. Finally, he got some runs in it over, including a much needed and welcome boundary. And in this over here from Edwards, you're seeing a little bit of a freedom to be able to drive with some assurance, more assurance than previously. And batting, from what we saw in the last overs, seemed a bit easier than previously.
Yes, Barbados batsmen seem to be getting a little bit more settled, getting used to the conditions. And that is important when you're playing at a venue you have not played at before. It's important that you give yourself a chance as a batsman to just look at what the bowler is doing, what the pitch is doing. We've had quite a bit of rain, so I don't think the wicket is as quick as perhaps the Barbadian batsmen were expecting. Some loose shots as well, as it's Murray again. A shortish delivery and Roach going back and trying to force this one through the offside, not making the type of contact that he was looking for. No run. Murray once again, the slow left arm bowler, comes up, bowls, and he's driving this one. Roach. So we actually have a man at long on and long off. Yes. A man at extra cover. A straightish cover as well. Backward point. As Roach uses his feet nicely once again. I've seen quite a bit of that from him throughout this innings. And he just strokes it nicely down to the man at long on.
Certainly growing in confidence.
I think also the feels suggest to us that perhaps Murray is not the type of bowler that the captain would expect to be penetrative or tight. As such, because we have a long on and long off in place. Let's see what Murray does now. This delivery is a little short of a length, and St. Hill just going back and working it behind square and gets another single. As opposed to when Edward is actually bowling from the other end, he actually has his mid off and mid on in. But now we're seeing Murray from the southern end. There's now a long on and a long off and a deep square leg as such. So that's an interesting point to note. As Murray again, his delivery outside the off stump, which they're very watchful. It's been a very watchful inning so far from Roach. He's on 12 from 36 deliveries. St. Hill is on 9 from 35, so not really moving as a train, as they would say. Slow boat to China. But it's important from Barbados' perspective that it's still there and continue to build on this partnership. It's the end of another over, and at the end of it, it's 75 for the loss of 4.
We're seeing the umpires and players are walking off at tea time.
It's a tea time.
They have shifted the time because what they told us was 3:20. All of us here are caught by surprise. All of us are caught here by surprise because for the information received, it is written here, it's 3:20 to 3:40 for tea. But they have shifted it back to 3:05.
Yes, so
wow,
it's tea. I think Windward Islands will be very pleased with that session. They were able to get 4 Barbadian wickets, 4 big wickets as well. This partnership though going along steadily. Windwards will be hoping that they can break it as soon as possible. So it's still here on day 2 of this West Indies under 19 Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 tournament between Windward Islands and Barbados, played here at the beautiful Park Hill playing field. Windward's batting first after winning the toss. They made 152. Barbados in response, they are 75 for the loss of 4.
Well, that's a tea time here. A bit surprised because we were told it's 320. Now they've moved it up to 305. So that at tea on day 2, Barbados 70, what was that? 70, 75 for the loss of 2 responding to Windward Islands, 152. We go back for the time being.
Welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. This intriguing contest between Windward Islands and Barbados. Just first ball after tee, over being bowled by Edward. With a very long spell before tee, 10 overs on the trot. So it will really test his fitness, his concentration to continue after tee. As St. Hill is on strike. His delivery is just outside the off stump, just playing out to where gully would be. There's no run. Once again, we're seeing a bit of cloud cover coming across in the general direction from which we expect rain to be coming from. So we are hoping that perhaps again the rain gods are with us. And this delivery is short and he's pulling this one nicely. St. Hill, it was a poor delivery, perhaps the first poor delivery we have seen from Edward all game. And there was St. Hill, who was not looked totally confident so far, comfortable so far. But that delivery was a short, long hop, and he was able to deposit it over mid-wicket for a boundary. So a good start after tee for Barbados. Total now moves on to 79 for the loss of 4 wickets. This delivery is bouncing again, which is what we've seen, especially from that end from Edward. The ability to get the ball to bounce just a little bit. In the end, St. Hill played it well. So there's a leg gully, a slip. This delivery is forward. Plays it out to the man at point. There's no run. So as you mentioned, just a little bit overcast there, just after tee. Rain has been around in the peripheral for the entire afternoon. Just fingers crossed that we're able to. Oh my goodness, is it a caught? Yes, I believe it's caught. It was a flighted delivery there, and St. Hill just very disappointed with that shot. Edward just giving that delivery a bit of air. Slashing at it was St. Hill. A well-judged catch there in the slip cordon by Gibson. So Barbados, they lose another wicket just after the tea interval. They are now 79 for the loss of 5. Very disappointing shot there from St. Hill just after a break. And you normally hear the saying that you're most vulnerable following a break. And in that situation, it was a flighted delivery outside the off stump. He went for the big drive, taking the outside edge, and another wicket to Edward. He gets his third, and at the end of the 33rd over, it's 79 for the loss of 5. The new batsman is Seeley.
Yes, Osnet, having had a rather belated snack at the interval, Windwards picking up a very, very quick wicket right after tea. Very fast over, a boundary and then a wicket. And they'll be very comfortable realizing that these two are looking dangerous at 51 for 4. So they added 28. Very valuable runs in this situation here. The total is 79 for 5. And the innings certainly at the crossroads, except the Barbados low order and the tail, can do what the Windwards did. Because when Windwards at one stage, they was 69 for 5. And they rallied to 152. And they are now 79 for 5. Let's see how best they can respond to this 152.
The new bowler is Joseph, the leg spinner. So as we were mentioning just before tea, Murray perhaps not looking as threatening as the other slow bowlers have been in this particular match. So we are seeing a change of bowling here in the form of Joseph. He bowled 1 over. Well, he would have completed his over this morning, so just 1 over so far. He'll be hoping that he can get amongst the wickets as well. It's a full toss. Roach there using his feet, perhaps getting too close to that delivery, not being able to really make use of that full delivery. Roach will need to bat long here as he bowls again Joseph, and another full toss. So 2 consecutive full tosses there from Joseph. Roach perhaps not in the totally into the match following the break that we had. This delivery is shortish and he's cutting this one nicely down to long off. should get a single. So not a very good start for Joseph so far. We've seen 2 full tosses and then we've seen a delivery jog down. So he's also getting into his groove, as they would say. Total moves on to 80 for the loss of 5 wickets. Barbados responding to Windward Island's total of 152 all out in the first innings. As Joseph again, this delivery is on the line of the leg stump, missing everything, I believe. Comes back for a second. We'll wait on the signal from the umpire. Yes, it's byes. So it was another delivery, not well lined. It's been a mixed bag in terms of this particular over from Joseph. We've seen some full tosses. We've seen a delivery jog down, and we have seen one down the leg side. So he needs to find his line and his length very soon. He doesn't want to release the pressure that the other bowlers would have been able to exert so far. This delivery is outside the off stump, a good one. Turning away. Seeley there looking for a big drive over extra cover. Makes no contact. As the groundsmen are making their way to the covers, I believe we might be expecting some rain soon, as Seeley again gets this delivery tossed up, plays it back up to the bowler. There's no run. It's the end of that over. 34 overs completed. Barbados 82 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, 82 for the loss of 5. Quick wicket after tea for the Windward Islands. As again I go back to bring safely into question the tactics used in terms of the number of overs per bowler. So here it is with Joseph not being able to really keep the line. He has to resort. And then you see the Barbadian tactics. Here it is. They would have brought back Lane, Springer, one of them, because the Bascom and Greece have to really and truly wait for a particular point in time. But I had a good prediction. No play, no rain until tea. I think I'll make another prediction. We are going to get some rains at some stage after tea here. You can see in that area, Osnet, definitely is darkening.
It's Edward, it is. Bowling to Roach.
And with no wind blowing, I believe it will come in. So what is needed is wind to blow it away. If the wind doesn't come through, we are definitely going to have a stoppage.
As Edward is bowling, this one is hit high, handsome, all the way for 6. Yes. I think Roach would have tried that shot earlier, but this occasion the ball perhaps was a bit fuller, so he was able to make the type of contact that he needed. And we mentioned before, he's a good time off the cricket ball, all the way over deep mid-wicket for a lovely 6.
Yes, a big hit there by Roach, flighted down on one knee and slammed it wide of along on closer to mid-wicket for a 6 into the cow corner area, as we tend to say. And a big hit, 6 needed runs by Barbados, but certainly we are going to have an interruption. There's no two ways about it, hasn't it? They definitely rain. You can see it down in that area attempting to come in, because what is basically needed is the wind.
Yes, I think the wind would have saved us the first time around.
Yeah, the wind. But there's no wind at this point in time. And we can safely say we're going to have an interruption. For how long, we are not sure.
Yes.
But cricket will continue.
Definitely. I think the difference between that delivery and the one we saw earlier from Edward, that Roach would have had a swing at and missed, is the bounce and the length actually of the delivery. This one was a bit fuller, so it gave it the less opportunity to actually turn and bounce. So Roach was able to hit it sweetly over deep mid-wicket. But I don't think Edward would be disappointed with that type of shot, considering the turn and bounce that he has been having so far in this innings.
And recognizing wickets are falling around him.
So how will Edward respond? His delivery is a bit wide outside the off stump, turning away further. Roach showing no interest in that delivery. Watches it go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. As overcast conditions here, as we mentioned before, this delivery is short of a length. Roach back on his back foot and just plays it up back to the bowler. There's now a long off in position. long leg. This delivery short, and Roach here trying to force this one off the back foot. Perhaps not coming on as much as he was expecting it. Not timing that particular delivery well. I think that's something we've seen all day. The ball is not really coming on to the bat as such. This delivery is flighted. Roach pushes it out to a man at short cover. So just a 6 from that particular over. And at the end of it, Barbados, they are 88 for the loss of 5.
Yes, 88 for the loss of 5. They are just 64 runs away from the Windwards total. And a much welcome boundary there by the Barbadians, that maximum. As the ground staff, they are lined at the covers towards the eastern end. And they are giving the indication that they expect some type of rain. How heavy, we don't know. But play will continue, and then to our right and the long on area, the ground staff also has gone to the blue piece of covers. So there's every indication that rain is definitely going to fall sooner rather than later.
As Joseph bows this one, is flighting it, walks out to the man at long on. But based on what we've seen, Gunny, I think it's right for the umpire to just call the players off at this time, because it's certain that the rain is going to come.
Yes, as I said, more sooner than later. So it's a question of, are they going to allow the over to be bowled, or are they wait for the rain? I am not sure, but certainly the rain is definitely going to fall.
And the busy nature of the groundsmen suggests that it's inevitable that we're going to have some rain. So just thinking, as Joseph again bows, delivery on the line of the leg stump, turning away. So far, Joseph hasn't really found the type of line and the length that the captain perhaps is looking for at this stage.
Yeah, the consistency is needed for the other bowlers who did such a marvelous job.
As Joseph again bows, and he's driving this one nicely. Roach he's used his feet very well. I think we're seeing
I think they should really call the covers now, to be very honest. The rain is right in front of us. There's no ifs and there's no buts. They should really call it to give the ground staff enough time to cover the square. They really should call it.
Yes, and that's what I was saying about 2 hours ago, Gunny. We've seen some real questionable decisions by the umpire in this particular game.
They're very questionable.
Because there it is, the local knowledge in terms of the umpires. The groundsmen, they were ready to bring on the covers. They were busy. Not in any precautionary way.
The umpires weren't paying attention to them. But they realized that the rain was right on us, is when they call it. It doesn't give them enough time to have the square covered properly. And they are trying their best. The rain is falling. A part of it is definitely getting wet. But let's hope all goes well and they'll be able to cover it properly. The rain is definitely falling. They still need to put over that broad, big grid covers. Definitely need to have it. But the late calling of the covers by the umpires has created this problem. Let's hope, on a positive side, that they'll have it covered and covered quickly. Rain is definitely falling. So Osnet, and there's a disruption in play. As I said, I made 2 predictions. One, no disruption before tea. That worked out. Disruption after tea, and it is on its way. And the Windward Islands clawed their way back. The game is still evenly poised. If there's any slight tilting, it's to the Windward Islands at 90 for 5, I think it is.
Yes.
Yeah, 90 for 5. I think it is tilted to the Windwards a bit. But then you have to contend now with the rain. And there's absolutely nothing we can do about it rather than to get off the square. Do not get wet. The ground staff, they are getting a good soaking out there as a result of the very late calling of the covers by the umpires. There's no 2 ways about it. Real late calling, and they're taking a tremendous battering out there from the rain that's falling. But that is the name of the game. So for our viewers, I must let you know that the play has been interrupted here at the Park Hill playing field. They have been interrupted. It has been confirmed it's 90 for 5 Barbados in their innings when play interrupted. Just after tea. What, 2 hours after tea thereabout? 2 hours and 3 balls after tea. And let's hope that it doesn't fall too heavily so that we'll have a little resumption somewhere a little later. But to be honest, it doesn't look right down in that area. It's definitely darkened, and that is how it is. So replying to 152 made by the Windward Islands with a big break here by the Barbados team, 90 for 5. Interruption as we go back to the studios here from the Park Hill playing field. Back here at the Park Hill playing field, I'm coming to you with heavy overcast condition, rain is falling, and the umpires has finally called off the day's play. So play has been called off officially on day 2 of this game between Windward Islands and Barbados. Well, of course, we have had interruptions throughout yesterday and today. Barbados resuming at 11 without loss. The scorecard, Brown caught Edward off Gassi for 4. Dawn caught substitute Tyson off Bascom for 6. Bolden caught Tyson substitute off Edward for 7. Perryman caught and bowled Edward 38. St. Hill caught Gibson off Edward for 13. Roach not out 20. Sealy not out 1. Wickets fell at 1, 33, 48, 51 and 79. Barbados closed on 90 for the loss of 5. Bowling for the Windward Islands, Tariq Edwards 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 wickets for 8 runs. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 18. 3 for 18 from 12 overs. Joseph 2.3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3 runs. Bascom 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. Gassi 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Andrew 5 overs, no maiden, none for 10. And Murray 3 overs, no maiden, none for 19. So at close of play here at the Park Hill playing field, where the umpires has officially called off the day's proceedings, Barbados replying to the